What's up? And welcome to another episode of Gizmos the Tech. We've got our production assistant, Rocky, today. I don't know how much he's going to hang out with us, but I'll have a blanket here for him if he wants to be here. But we've got a really exciting live stream for you today. Dun dun dun. Going over here, we got the 9955HX3D Strix G16 with a 5070 Ti and the Ryzen 9 9955HX version. And we're going to be doing a bunch of side-by-side benchmarks and tests today. And then at the end, we're going to graph all of the data that we find. So I'm really excited because this should be a lot of very interesting data and see exactly how much that 3D cache actually helps. So you can see everything that we're going to be testing over here on the right side. We've got a lot of stuff. Some of this stuff has been pre-tested because it's very time-consuming, like a 10-minute Cinebench run. For Cinebench R23, R24. And yeah, but for the most part, we'll be doing most of the stuff live here today. I also had to pre-test a couple of the games because I don't have two accounts to run it, so I had to run it once on one laptop and then on the other laptop. So I've already recorded 3 of the game results, but we might still do Fortnite live because I do have 2 accounts. So I got a kitty cam as well, so we can showcase Rocky when he is being super cute. Right now he's being very playful. He's got a lot of energy, so hopefully he can calm down and be a good production assistant today. All right, so without further ado, we're going to start with intro, and we're not really going to do so much competition, but what are the 2 laptops and what are the other laptops you can potentially get within this price segment, as well as processor. So which other laptops come with a 9955HX or HX3D? And you can see that it starts out with the Ryzen 9 9955HX and the RTX 5060 and $1899. So that's going to be your cheapest option to get into this processor spec lineup, but I would say that the 5070 and 5070 Ti, especially the 5070 Ti version, is going to be super worth the upgrade because you get 12 gigs of VRAM and you only get 8 gigs of VRAM on the 5060 and 5070 versions here. So, and it's not that much more. It's only a $100 difference between the 5070 and the 5070 Ti. And you may get more RAM in there too. So that makes it super, super worth. Now, the HX3D processor is the one we're going to really be talking about today and comparing it versus the HX version. And the thing about this is that it costs $200 more, but how much more performance do you get in typical 3D gaming, as well as CPU-bound gaming on low settings, such as esports games? Esports games, you know, historically, you've been wanting to get at least 200 to 300 FPS, but nowadays you have QHD monitors going all the way up to 500 Hertz refresh rates. MSI just released a 500 Hertz OLED display that would be amazing for esports. So, you know, can this laptop hit 500 FPS in any of the esports games, and how many of them? I think it's an important question because I think there will be actually users playing games at visually representative of 500 FPS. In laptops right now, we have several laptops that have 440 Hertz refresh rates, such as the Razer Blade 18 with the dual native display. So yeah, but they don't have this processor in there. But this may showcase why Razer may want to include a 9955HX 3D or whatever the next generation laptop has available for like the 2026 Blade 18. Maybe they'll want to put an HX 3D chip in it because I don't think the Intel chip is going to be hitting 500 FPS in very many games. So those are the primary laptops that we're going to be reviewing today, the Strix G16 with the 9955HX and the Strix G15 with the 9955HX 3D. But there are a few other versions of these laptops that you can get with these chips. You got the MSI Vector A18 with the 9955HX that doesn't have the HX 3D in this chip, but it is still going to be a good performer and potentially worth, you know, saving some money. So that one's $26.99. the 5080 version and 5070 version are the same price right now. That's pretty interesting. But you get $26.99 for the 5080 version too, so obviously go for the 5080. Then you have the Neo 16. You can get this with the 9955HX or the HX3D with a 5070 Ti all the way up to 5090. And if you're just focusing on esports games, then the 5070 Ti may be sufficient for you to hit those high frame rates because you're usually not very GPU bound when you're doing esports games on low settings. And of course, this is a QHD plus 300 hertz display, and you can upgrade this to a 1000 nits mini LED as well. Then there's the Raider A18HX, which has the 9955HX3D chip in it, and this starts at $4,100 with a 5080. You can also get a 5090 version for $5,100. But oddly enough, this has a UHD 120 hertz mini LED display, which is like the worst display you could pair with an HX3D chip. Like you want like as high a refresh rate as possible on your laptop, probably, if you're going for an HX3D chip. Because at 4K, it's gonna be way harder to tell the visual and performance improvements of the HX3D, because at the higher resolution, you're much more likely to be GPU bound than CPU bound. So yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense. Now you also have the Strix G18, and you can get the G18 with, I believe, all the same GPUs like the 5060, 5070, and 5070 Ti, though I don't think we have them on the list right now, but they should probably be added at some point here, whenever they're available for sale. So those are the laptops right now that have the 9955HX or HX3D in them. And let's talk about the actual processors here for a moment. So this is the 9955HX. We're talking Zen 5 Fire Range with 16 cores, 32 threads. There's hyper-threading. And the most important difference here is the L3 cache at 64 megabytes. The HX3D, same thing, Zen 5 Fire Range, 16 cores, 32 threads, but 128 megabytes on the L3 cache. So that basically, right here on this chip, there is a 3D V-cache, and that 3D V-cache is going to help improve CPU-bound gaming performance by holding frequently used in-game assets for ultra-high speed, low latency communication between the data and the CPU processing. So this is the key thing that makes ultra-high frames per second and higher 1% lows possible inside of video games. So very, very important to understand why it's better. And then we're going to be collecting the data here as we benchmark the games. And at the end, we're going to graph it all for us as well. So at the end, hopefully we'll have a full graph to show you on the performance difference between these two CPUs. At least in theory, assuming everything goes well. A couple live streams ago, I did, and I don't think you can see. Okay, you could see. Okay, good. A couple live streams ago, we had a lot of live stream problems. Hopefully today we don't have too many. Nice to see Rocky settling down and just relaxing. He's got some nice tail swiggles going on. Yes. Oh. You ready to benchmark some games now? You ready to benchmark some games? Okay. VA Incor says, hey, thanks for the replying on previous post and good to see you live. I own a SCAR 16 4080. Want to check how the benchmarks compare. An AMD CPUs perform in better raw power compared to an i9 14900HX. I also visited MSI's store a couple days back, but wasn't satisfied with only 5060 or 5070 Ti models available now in my country. Gotcha. Major protagonist. Legion 7 with 5080 is probably the best high-end laptop to go for. I've seen them at 2600. It's definitely one of the best ones, for sure. So you're putting your face out of the frame, buddy. Can you go forward a little bit? Silly. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna let you be where you want to be for now. And I'm going to tilt the kitty cam backwards just a little bit. Okay. All right. So we're almost ready to get these benchmarks started. Going to put the core camera here. Whoa, you're falling down, bud. Oh my. So if he becomes a problem and he keeps messing with the cameras, then I will have to put him, have him hang out with my girlfriend instead, but we'll have to see. So I've got this set up so that we can test these games live, side by side, and hopefully have great visuals at the same time. It's very difficult to get this to be exactly where it needs to be, but I've got a kitty cam, I've got my face cam, and then I've got this. It's so hard to get this lined up perfectly. Because it doesn't stay where I want it to be either. I should probably get a higher quality tripod arm to hold this for me. There we go. One that has better stability, but for now this is the best I got. All right, chat, you'll have to let me know in chat if everything looks good visually and audio sounds good. So without further ado, which streaming software? I use OBS. Sumify says, I wonder if the XMG key series will have the Ryzen as an option. I don't think it will, as far as I know. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this smaller. There we go. All right, and I believe we're ready to start pretty much, so. Let me pull this into here. And I'm going to just bring this in here, and then I'm going to delete a couple of these. And I'm going to center align. Just so I can see what we're supposed to be benchmarking next. This may not work in this position, but at least I can hide it and pull it up when needed. Okay. All right. So the first thing we're doing is pulling up the Ada64 benchmarks. So last little kitty preview before we get into all the benchmarks here. All right. So the Ada64 RAM test is an interesting one because let's go here. Okay, there we go. And because the 9955HX laptop showed slower memory speed inside of here, saying it's only DDR5 3200, but as far as I can tell, it's actually running at 5600. But there is definitely some speed improvements on the HX3D RAM, at least minorly. So a little bit faster write, a a little faster copy. Latency is a little faster on the 9955HX. The L1 cache is very similar. The L2 cache is very similar. And the L3 cache also very similar, but a little bit faster on the HX3D. And as far as I can tell, this memory speed did vary a little bit. This at one time, I know this did test at 60,000 instead of 59 or 49,000. So I'm pretty sure that the RAM in this is identical. And then we've got CrystalDiskMark. I did 2 CrystalDiskMark runs. You can see it did a little better in the second run with 7,200. You can see these results, I believe. Yes. Okay, good. You can see almost exactly the same SSD speeds between these two laptops, both PCIe Gen 4. All right. Speedometer test is next. Oh, I bumped it. Put it back in the middle here. All right, so we're going to go to Speedometer. Speedometer test. And I don't know how fast this is going to be. Okay, are we ready? Can we see everything? Looks like we can. Let's go ahead and start test on, well, let me go back. I want to start the test at exactly the same time. All right, so I'm in position, 3, 2, 1. And they are off. Let's see which one gets done faster. It looks like the HX is going to finish quite a bit faster, interestingly enough. I may have clicked it a moment sooner, but wow, okay, so they finished about quite a bit different in terms of speed, but the actual result was very, very similar between the two. So 39.9, 40.7 for speedometer. So this measures your web browsing speeds, approximately. It's not going to be insanely, precise or anything like that, but it'll give you a rough idea of your performance. Okay, so next up we have Blender benchmarks, and we're going to first take a look at the 5070 Ti for the Blender benchmark. All right. I don't know why it switched to the Rainbow Six Siege benchmark. I guess it went to the next one or something. Okay. All right, so this is our Blender benchmark. And you can see there is very little difference between these two. All right, so 265, 256, 178, 178, 129, 129. So just a little bit different in Monster. And then when we go to the 5070 Ti, we get 2525, so it's a little faster on the HX3D in a handful of the tests, but it's like less than 1% faster, so it's just Silicon Lottery probably. All right. Then we have Cinebench R24. Cinebench R24. Good. And inside of Cinebench R24, you can see we got very close results between the two of them. 2041, let me zoom in. . 2041 versus 2035 and 128, 129. So nearly identical. And these are with 10-minute tests. So very, very similar results there. And then if we go to Cinebench R23, and these are with manual fan mode enabled. So manual fan mode, 10-minute test. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy. I need to click in here. There we go. All right, so 38,400 versus 38,485, 2166, 2184. So inside of Cinebench, we're talking about basically identical levels of performance. Like it's not going to be a significant difference for CPU multi-core rendering in this generation. The previous generation of FireRange HX3D chips did have about, I think, 6 to 8% slower multi-core rendering because of the 3D V-cache. This time, they don't. So that is a lot of performance, especially considering that you're only using about 140 watts of power going through the system on a consistent basis. So I went ahead and did a 6 minutes into the test and looked at the temperatures. So you can see that about 6 minutes into it's hard to get it to do what I want it to do. There we go. So you can see about 6 minutes into the test, we're averaging 140 watts, 140.48 watts, and on the HX3D chip, we're averaging 140.36 watts. So at the beginning of the test, we average a higher amount. So at the beginning of the test, you average a higher amount. Yes, you don't like that, don't you? Yeah. And near the end of the test, so the higher amount it boosts initially to is 165 watts. And then after several minutes, or after about 1 minute, it will start throttling down to 140 for the long-term power limit. And we also have the actual boost clocks here as well for you to take a look at. So your average all-core clocks you can see they're averaging right around 4.3 gigahertz on all cores. And you can see here that you're averaging between 4.48 and 4.28. Let's see, I gotta move this to the left side. There, you can see that at 7 minutes in, the average speed here it's pretty similar when you average everything together. Average effective clock, 4.37, and average effective clock, 4.34. So nearly identical CPU performance levels on these CPUs in terms of clock speed, heat, and thermal output and thermal capability. And I think another important thing to keep in mind is that with the Intel, with the Neo 16, we were able to go all the way up to 200 watts of throughput with the Intel 275HX on the Neo 16 with the water cooler. And on the Legion, we were averaging closer to 180 watts for a while, and then it goes down to 165 long term. So the Intel chip is able to just sustain more watts more consistently over the long haul. And that's probably due to like a larger die size. I don't know. Making more contact, able to dissipate the heat a little bit better. I don't know. But obviously we also have a water cooler. Now, I want to mention behind me, notice there is two XMG Neo 16s. This one has the Intel 275HX and this one has the 9955HX. Both of these have the RTX 5090 GPU in them. I just got the Neo 16 with the HX3D chip in the mail like a day ago. So I'm going to need to get that set up and tested. But this test was closer to being fully ready. So I decided to go ahead and do this one first. Okay, so let's move into the next test, which is going to be Time Spy, Steel Nomad, and Speedway. So first up with Time Spy, these were all run in turbo mode. And so that's the important thing to keep in mind there. Yes, hello. So we got 17,800, 17,960, and CPU score is a little bit higher on the HX3D, but I mean, it's very, very similar. This is within margin of error run-to-run variance, but right around 18,000 basically for the 5070 Ti, and that's without much of an overclock. In Steel Nomad, we got you see 40.41, 40.71, basically identical in this GPU-bound game test. In Speedway, again, basically identical, 46 FPS, 45.78 or 79 FPS. And in Port Royale, we had 53 and 53.8, 53.3. So essentially identical benchmarks, with the 9955HX being slightly ahead in several of them. I can quickly show you the Spider 5 Elite results as well for both of these laptops. So you can see that they both got 450 something nits brightness, 458 and 452. Contrast ratio is 1290 to 1, 1320 to 1. And if we were to open the gamut, you can see that it has a very good color gamut as well. So 100% sRGB, 87% Adobe, 90% P3, and with my Spider 5 Elite, you really need to add about 7 to 8% onto this. So you end up with about 94% Adobe, 97% P3, and basically identical results as well on the, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Hopefully that can show these a little bit better. But just like 2% less on the 9955HX, which is normal. There's slight variation from display to display. Of course, that's not related to the CPU, but just because I want to show those off. All right. Then that covers all the initial stuff, but I also have just a couple screenshots of shame. There's this one, 3 days until expiration. I'll show this again. Hackers are waiting, don't risk it. Predatory language is terrible. Please stop this. And then on top of the 9955HX, we had a little bit different one. Extend your subscription, stay protected. And then we also had some, I might start shaming Microsoft a little bit because the Microsoft pop-ups are insanely annoying. There's so many of them now. And it keeps popping up on you over and over constantly. Like, sign up for Microsoft Office, sign up for OneDrive, sign up for this, sign up for that. It's like so many different products now that they advertise and force you to say no to. Okay, so I think that's all the preliminary ones. Let me check chat, and then we will get into the actual benchmarks. So So we will be doing some frame generation, and I know that some people don't like frame generation at all. You don't have to test it. You don't have to use it, right? There's no pressure to using it if you don't want to use it. And in particular, if you're doing esports games, it's pretty much never recommended to use it anyway because it increases latency. But for single player games, I think it's very useful and can really help boost the smoothness of your gaming experience quite noticeably. Wesley Rhodes, thanks for being a member of the channel. Giant thumbs up. I see that Gizmo Slip Tech icon. I will try to prioritize members of the channel's questions and comments first. It seems like all the newer chips may get pretty hot. My HX 275 Intel starts thermal throttling at 30 seconds into Cinebench. This happens on the Omen Max and the Legion Pro 7i. Yeah, it does. It's true. They pretty much all get very hot because, well, at least if you let the power limit go really high, it's going to thermal throttle eventually. And that's the way it has been on laptops for many years now. So nothing necessarily new there. All right. Let's try to keep the comments primarily about laptops if we can. Sumify says, come on 9955 HX 3D. You can beat your bro without 3D cache. Just believe in yourself. Yeah. Silicon lottery. That's pretty much what it comes down to when you're talking about non-gaming stuff. But I think that goes to show you that if you don't play games, there's no point in getting the X3D chip. Pretty much. Maybe for certain 3D animations that are like complex with lots and lots of stuff. I don't know, but I don't even think that would help that much. But generally, it's mainly game engines where it's going to be the most helpful. All right, so let's see if we can go ahead and get into our first benchmarks for today. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So HX3D will be on the left. The HX will be on the right. We're going to be doing Baldur's Gate 3 first. Here we go. I think we have everything set up, but let's find out. I'm going to position this cable higher. There we go. So I'm going to need to hide this so that you guys can see the frame view. Oops, sorry, little buddy. I bopped your face. All right, so we're just going to double check our settings as being correct on both in every test before we go into it. So Baldur's Gate 3 will be tested on no VSync 2560 by 1600 resolution is the resolution we'll use in all of the tests. And we'll be using DLSS on quality with ultra settings. I test games at what I think gamers will actually be using the game, like with the same settings that they'll be actually playing with the game. So ultra settings, DLSS on quality, VSync disabled. I already did this one, so that's good. Load game. Very nice. Okay, so we're gonna find out how much of a difference it makes in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm guessing not too much of a difference, but that's the whole point, is that we're going to see, is there a difference? How much is the difference? So, looks like we need Afterburner open on this one. And probably frame view as well. All right. All right, so I'm just going to let it run for a moment and just like sit here, and we can get just a really rough idea of our averages and temperatures, wattages. So you can see the 9955HX actually is pulling a little bit more wattage, a little higher watts. We're getting a few more FPS right now inside of the 9955HX, which seems to be maybe just silicon lottery, I don't know. 1% low is quite a bit higher on the HX3D. But we're about to start the actual benchmark, so I'm going to put my finger here, and I've got to reach forward and press at the same time. All right, so we're going to start the benchmark in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Interesting, we had that kind of a pretty significant stutter when we changed places, but the HX3D 1% lows are better right now for sure. And we're going to click through these. Reasonable pace. Average FPS right now appears to be nearly identical at 230, but 1% lows is better on the 9955 HX3D. So 229, 230, 232, and we're talking, we're going to end this at the same time. It's interesting how much longer it took on the HX3D there, but we're talking 229 and 140 versus 235 and 118. So just based on our initial benchmarks from TimeSpy, Steel Nomad, and all of that. And before we continue, I also want to make sure that we're in the exact same settings inside of Armory Crate. So manual mode in both, maxed out, maxed out fans, maxed out CPU, no overclock on that GPU. And for Armory Crate over here, should be the exact same settings. Max fans, max CPU, max turbo. Yep, okay. So both of them are set to the exact same. Good, so let's go ahead and record our results. So going in here, we've got Baldur's Gate 3. And this is where having a number pad is really nice. So 229, 140, 235, 118. So Silicon Lottery may actually give the 9955HX an advantage in certain games, because it seems like the 5070 Ti may be slightly faster on the HX99HX. That said, it did take a little longer the way it was benchmarked. Makes me kind of want to redo it. Just because I don't think, I can't redo all these tests that we run into, but I kind of want to redo this one because I don't think it was quite perfectly fair, just because of the way it ended that at the end. The HX3D had quite a bit longer animation time with the monsters for some reason. I don't know why. But sometimes you just get little variances like that. That's why some benchmarkers will test 3 times and average the results over a course of 3 times, especially if you see a skewed result at all. But we're not going to test 3 times. We're just going to do it one more time and see if we get the same results or not. And hopefully we get identical results. Okay, so we'll see what happens here. 1% lows are actually currently better on the 9955. Okay, now it's better on the HX3D again. Our averages, very similar. I'm clicking at the exact same moments here, so hopefully it looks like we're getting very similar results. Oh, I messed it up. The mouse moved just slightly off of the end turn. Well, that's interesting. It still ended up ending about the exact same time. And we ended up with similar results. The average being slightly higher on the 9955HX and the 1% lows being slightly better on the HX3D. Okay, well, I think both tests are probably valid, especially if we're getting the same results in both scenarios. So I'll probably just, how does that compare to our previous test? 2 FPS better there, 2 FPS better there, and quite a bit higher 1% lows. So I'll record this new result. Here, 237, 149, okay. All right, so now we're gonna move into our next test. Abduram with the $4 super chat. Thanks so much for the super chat. I hope I said your name, Abdulrahim. I hope I said that correctly. So, Black Myth Wukong, let's go. All right. You can't undervolt on the Legion this year? That's surprising. I remember some user said that you could undervolt with a little checkbox somewhere. I hope they added if they didn't. I hope they add support for it if they didn't. Anyway, Super Goog. I am playing this new game called the Alters on my desktop 5090 9950 X3D setup. Would recommend it to everyone. Okay, well, thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, so right now both of these laptops are in max fan modes with the rear raised up about an inch. All right, so borderless 2560 by 1600, no frame cap, the VSync is off, and we're gonna leave default settings except change everything here. So ray tracing on, we're gonna put it very high, and we're gonna use the cinematic preset, and we'll put it with 2x frame gen. All right, so we're gonna apply these settings. Looks like we may need to restart the game now. The HX3D is compiling shaders right now. If you're wanting the Legion Pro 7i to not get as hot, then the solution is to simply target lower temperatures so it throttles sooner. Like in custom mode, you can set it to stop at 85, or set a lower power limit, or set more aggressive fan curves, or do a combination of the above. But I personally don't think there's anything wrong with it going up to a high temperature, especially if it means you get additional performance. So we can go to the soothing kitty cam while we wait for this these shaders to load. Yes. Yes. Good boy. Oh yeah. Way to entertain everybody. Uh-huh. What a good kitty. So freaking cute. This is Rocky. I adopted Rocky from a local park near where I live here in Thailand. So he was a stray cat. I've had him now about 10 days, I think. 7, 8 days. I've taken him to the vet 3 times because he only has one eye. I don't know if we'll get him to open his eyes right now. He's sleepy. But he only has one eye that's fully functional. The other eye has an injury, and so he can't really see out of it. He's basically blind out of it. I've got a surgery 1 month from now to hopefully help fix his eye. So fingers crossed he'll get at least most of the vision restored eventually. All right. So we're doing Black Myth Wukong, and if you haven't seen it, here's the game test list that we'll be doing. In the middle of the screen right now, we're currently on our second game. So I got to set the graphics to be exactly the same between these. So DLSS 67%, which is basically quality settings. Correct. We're going to set it to 2 times. Ray tracing on. Very high. Cinematic preset. There we go. And now we're ready to restart. And load back in one more time. And then we can do the benchmark. So I try my best to make sure every test is ran as exactly the same as possible, you know? So, and there is an official benchmark for this game, but I am actually tempted to just benchmark a boss fight because it probably represents your 1% lows and actual performance you'll get in boss fights a lot better. But I'll probably die very fast on both systems, so yeah, that's the only downside. I suppose we can run the official benchmark as well as doing a boss fight, quick boss fight test. So graphics, run benchmark, confirm. All right, so I think we'll probably use the 1% lows, at least from the boss fight. I don't think 1% lows will be very valid from this benchmark, but I suppose maybe. Kitty pets. Kitty pets, petting the kitty cat. Kitty pets. Oh my. All right, I'm going to start recording our FPS. So, yeah, wow. Black Myth Wukong is a very difficult to run game. Our 1% lows are also not correct. You can see, well, maybe they are correct, but there's large sections of periods of time where they're much higher, at 51 right now for 1% lows. Average FPS is very similar between the two right now. GPU is running a little bit cooler on the HX3D. The CPU is also running a little bit cooler, which is interesting. The wattage power pull going through the 9955HX is higher, which is interesting. We're talking 38 watts versus 50 watts over here. But right now, only getting about 60 FPS, which is probably not enough to have frame generation turned on. Obviously, flying through here, it's going to be just fine. But when you actually get down to fast motion, you're going to want closer to 90 if you're going to use frame gen. Can you do CPU heavy game tests like Valorant, Apex? Yeah, Shawshank, we got several CPU heavy games. Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Rainbow Six Siege, which I already tested because I can't test it at the same time. But I've got the results for you. And quite a few games become very CPU heavy when you enable frame gen, because frame gen does engage the CPU quite a bit as well. That is really interesting how the CPU is pulling quite a bit lower wattage on the HX3D. Performance is basically exactly the same for both FPS and 1% lows. So maximum 76, minimum 52. Literally identical on both, but let's go back. Let me see, if I go to this mode, zoom out, you'll be able to see the full results on both displays if you zoom in. But obviously, it's kind of hard to do that, so yeah. All right. But yeah, basically 64 average, 52 minimum for both. And now I'm curious if we were to rerun this on low settings, what we would get. Or maybe if we just went down to medium or something, I don't know. Because I would ideally want to play this game with more FPS. So let's just try the opposite now. We did the maximum. Now we're going to go to the minimum. Ray tracing off on both systems and low. And then we're going to reopen the game because it required a game restart. There we go. And I think I'm going to record for our CPU comparison the results on low today instead of on cinematic, because I think it's going to be a lot more realistic showing the CPU performance differences. But it shows you that when you run it on ultra, it's identical. right? So let's go ahead and just put the results in 2 separate rows. Since we did it, this will be low. This was 64, 52, 64, 52. All right. There we go, and we're about to hop into the benchmark again. Okay, let's see what happens now. All right, so once again, the X3D is pulling less wattage on the CPU. Temperatures are lower on the X3D. 198 average FPS, 80 for a 1% lows. It's very interesting that it's so good. It's so identical. There's basically, I think it's because there's basically no in-game assets that are being accessed and pulled back and forth for the X3D to get any kind of an advantage here. For now, I'm going to record the results as 193, 193, and 8180. And we're just going to end this test and go into a boss fight because I think we're just wasting time. Gives you a good idea of the results, though. George says, hi, please share your experience on how big of a difference in viewing between 16-inch and 18-inch laptop, given the same resolution. I think it's not huge, but I think 18-inch is definitely a better gaming experience because you can have the laptop be a little bit further away from you. If you have a 16-inch laptop, you just got to pull it an extra inch or two closer for the display to appear the same size. Interesting. We're going to go stand inside this doorway on both. And I'm going to move them both at the same time as best I can. Creative tasks, I would say the 18 inches is going to be a little bit better on average. Probably. Let's see here. I think we can... All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start benchmarking now. And I'm going to move the character in the exact same ways if I can. What is the key to lock on? Okay, we're going to restart this. Because I need to know what the keyboard key is to stay targeted on the boss. Let's go to keyboard and mouse, interact, use gourd, use spell, use hands-on, smash, sprint, jump, space, dodge. Lock on is middle mouse key, middle mouse button, okay. That's why it wasn't working. All right, so there we go. There we go. All right. So now we're going to restart this. So this is it with low settings, no ray tracing. And let's see what we get for our FPS. So right now, average FPS 216 on both systems. 1% low is a little bit better on the HX3D. So crazy how the boss has similar animations for both systems. It's hard to play two versions of this game. All right, so we're going to end it there. 214, 213, 86, and 80. So let's go ahead and record those results for our low settings. So 214, 86, 213, 80. So very nice. I think that was a good test. Time to move into Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Black Myth Wukong just takes a moment to shut down. All right. So we ended with 7.5% faster 1% lows in the actual boss fight, which I think that's going to be a lot more realistic. It's just a minor advantage. Hey, buddy. I see you're moving. Yeah. Is that okay? All right. Rocky repositioned. It's been nice having a benchmark buddy to help keep things a little more entertaining. All right, so first let's double check our graphics settings. Epic, DLSS quality, and everything's enabled. Settings, graphics, Epic, DLSS quality, everything else is enabled. I did not save any settings changes, I don't think. Yep, everything is the same. Everything's the same. Hit continue. Continue. Load the game. Rocky's the star of the show. Yes, totally. All right, so we're going to do everything on Epic, and then we'll drop it to low and retest it again. So now we're going to go ahead and just run through the area here to get to the benchmarking part of the map. You can see on ultra settings, performance is basically identical between these two. Okay, so here's the benchmark area. I will have to reposition the camera a couple times, but I've started the benchmark here, and we're going to reposition the camera a little bit, and then reposition the camera again here a little bit. I'm going to center up on that. Good. Continue. And we'll re-rotate again. Good. Go around. Rotate again. Go around. And there it is. Pretty much. 0, 0. Okay, so once again, the 9955HX is a little bit ahead on Epic settings. Oops, kitty cam instead of actual saving it there. So we're going to do 59, 48, 63, 51. And I think this is just because Silicon Lottery, or maybe slight variances in the test, giving us essentially a GPU-bound gaming test variance is the way I would describe it. So we're going to do everything the same, except now settings will be on low. And it's nice that we don't have to restart the game changing these settings, so it makes it quick. All right. All right, we'll redo the test again. Wow. Okay. That is interesting. So if I just restart this and get some raw averages right now, this is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. How is it so much higher? That's so interesting. I think Silicon Lottery is playing into the factor here. We have the same driver, up to date on the NVIDIA driver. Just making sure though, because that's a pretty big difference. All right, as far as I can tell, we're starting this test exactly the same. Let's go ahead and restart one more time. Baka-chan, we're finding out if it's worth it or not. But right now, I'm really surprised that the performance is, I mean, we are super GPU bound still right now. So it's not going to help us. The HX3D is not really going to help us too much, you know. This time, I'm just going to try to keep us going in the circle. I'm going to stand on top of this thing and reposition once again. All right. Bring this down a little bit. All right, we'll stand right here. We'll reposition. There we go. And there we go. So very interesting. 1% low, a little bit better on the HX3D, but the average is 7 FPS higher on the 9955HX. I didn't realize the Silicon Lottery could even vary that much. In terms of GPU performance, because we have the same GPU in here. So 1 FPS better for 1% low, but the average FPS quite a bit higher on the 9955HX. So control is next. I'm going to zoom out one level. I don't know, should I get my money back? Yo, chat, anyone having crashing loading The Last of Us Part 2 on Steam? I'm not sure, Danny. I haven't played that one in a while. I haven't tried it on this yet. And we're not going to test it today, so. All right. So options, display, full screen, DLSS. Just going to make sure that we got everything exactly the same. Basically DLSS on quality. We're doing ultra preset. No MSAA. And we're doing ray tracing on ultra. And I'm really hoping that we get not buggy performance, because I was seeing buggy performance during my initial testing on this game. Okay. Looks like it might be all right. Cool. So here we go. We're going to go forward. We're going to look to the left. And we're going to go that way. So I don't know why we're getting such bad 1% low stutters, but it's bad. HX3D not showing as much stutters so far on the timeline graph. Interesting. Yeah, 1% lows on the HX3D, 25. 1% lows for the 9955HX, down to 3. Now down up to 40. Wow, that's interesting. All right, so we're going to stop it there. Okay, so we got 39 and 3. That is such a big difference. All right, so control is on ultra, ray trace, ultra, DLSS Q. All right, and we got 64, 39, but it kind of was jumping around a little bit. Look at that frame time graph when you shoot. Sometimes it causes little micro blips and stutters. I'll do it again. All right, so let's try the test one more time just to verify our results. We'll run backwards this time. Stop. And it's even worse for the 9955. There's just bigger blips that get picked up. So I'm going to use the test results from the first run. But yeah, very interesting. A good example, I guess, of how the HX3D 3D cache can help improve that low performance. Oh, I did the test. I redid the test. Okay, well, I redid the test. Calming kitty cam. I redid the test, and we had basically the exact same results, with the 1% lows being 3 and 1% lows for the HX3D being 50 something, like 53 or something like that. So, yikes. All right, so we're moving into Counter-Strike 2. Games are pulling more VRAM on the X3D. Interesting. Barista Prodigy says, Strix Scar 18 looks to be a great looking and great performing laptop 2025. Currently, I have the GS76 Stealth with RTX 3070, 11th gen i9. It's 3 years old now. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good laptop to upgrade from. All right. Making sure the settings are the same. Full screen on both. Advanced video, we're going to set to low video preset on both. All right, and we're going to go to Workshop Maps, CSGO. And before we get in here, since this is our primary FPS gauge, I'm going to zoom in. I hate loosening this up, but I'm going to zoom us in here on frame view some more so that we can get a better FPS average going, or better feedback during this live benchmark. All right, so you can see the FPS here in Counter-Strike is so dang close. I'm going to, I clicked it at just slightly incorrect times. So I'm going to restart the benchmark because I want it to be playing at the exact same time. All right, 3, 2, 1. There. Bilal Asian says, guys, it does not matter a lot if you have 20 more FPS at games. Well, that depends. And I think you'll see in this game, it's more than 20 FPS difference. But obviously, both of these CPUs are performing very, very well right now. Into the 500 range, 400 range. Definitely getting a lot more FPS on the HX3D in this scenario. I'm seeing spikes into the 600, 700 range pretty often on the HX3D, but only going up to 500, 600 on the 9955HX. And when you look at the 1% lows here as well, you're getting 300 for the 1% lows and only 200, 100 for the 1% lows. It's quite a big difference for 1% lows. Look at that, 360 1% low versus like 210, something like that. It's hard to say exactly, but we'll see at the end what the differences are. Nearly 1,000 FPS when you look up at the sky. Wesley says, Scar 18 for $24.99 here in Alabama right now. It's the only 9955HX 3D laptop. I believe you mean Strix G18, Wesley? Or Strix G16, maybe? But the Scar is a different laptop with a different chassis than the Strix G16 and G18. This comparison is great to know if the price difference is worth the investment. Yeah, I mean, that's my goal, right? Okay, so we ended up with 593.9. I should be able to move this over. There we go. Can we see the average on both yet? Nope, okay. There. 593.9 and 253 for the 1% low. And for our 9955HX, we got 512. So a difference of almost 20% more FPS from having the 3D V-cache. And 154 for our 1% low is also very significant. So almost 100 more FPS, 99 more FPS for 1% low, 20% more for average FPS. I think that's pretty huge result difference. Let's go ahead and put those numbers in. So 593.4 and 253. And we got 512.1 and 154. Okay, so a 15.8% increase for average and 64% for 1% low. Very nice. All right. Let's go to the next game. It's time to do Cyberpunk. Uh-huh. 593 FPS, great. Now I need to get a 600 hertz monitor. Yeah, well, I made a video, when I was at Computex, I did, can you come right here? Yeah, good boy. When I was at Computex, I did get my eyes on a QHD 500 hertz OLED from MSI, which is obviously an insane overkill display, but feels like that would be a really good display if you're an esports player with a 9955HX 3D CPU in your laptop. Not quite there, almost. Bingo. Why are we not getting Afterburner? Looks like Afterburner maybe crashed or something. Let me try restarting it. There we go. Okay. All right, so all of these settings should already be exactly the same. But let me double check. Quality. Yes. 2x apply. Okay. Now it looks exactly the same. Good. Good. Go ahead and run benchmark. Beautiful. Yeah, I just restarted Afterburner and Riva Tuner, and it came back. So I don't know what was going on there. Something is clearly not correct here. So we're going to restart. Frame gen was like, I guess, not enabled or something for the 9955. So we'll just reopen the game. Yeah, I know. Did I go somewhere for a moment? Kitty cam. Okay. Okay. Let's verify our graphics settings once again. Yeah, frame generation is enabled with 2x. So I'm going to switch to 3x and switch it back to 2x again. Ray tracing should be set to ultra. Path tracing is enabled. Interesting, we don't have the exact same settings. Looks like it looks like it had just a slight difference in the ray tracing settings. Now things are looking correct. All right. All right. And camera-wise, we need to zoom out a little bit more. Refocus and here we go. Wild. Wild. How is this possible? There's no way that there's that big of a difference between these two chips. I don't think this result is going to be valid. Again, I don't know. Looking for differences here. The CPU is pulling more wattage on the 9955. The X3D needs to pull more wattage. But aside from that, the average FPS that we're getting here is 20 FPS higher almost, or not 20, but it's a lot. 17 more FPS. So something's definitely up. I'm thinking that some of the settings may be incorrect. So we're going to double check the settings again. Okay, we got all the settings here. Frame gen, yes. Why is this set to auto? Okay. That's why. Okay. That was, so DLSS defaulted to auto instead of quality again. And so that was the reason why that was a bad benchmark. This is a real problem for Cyberpunk. Not saving the settings you set or reverting settings for some reason. So we're going to do it again. Okay, now we're in business. Finally. All right, and if we want to do this accurately, The 1% lows are not accurate right now in Cyberpunk. That's one thing to keep in mind. Accurate 1% lows will be shown here on the frame view, but they're basically double what Afterburner is reading. I'm gonna get some coffee in me. I need to keep this on because I get sweaty over there. All right. All right. Oh my. So we're looking at identical performance here on Ultra settings. So I'm gonna have to hide Riva Tuner for a moment to be able to see our results. 95.94. And let's go ahead and put this in. 95.94. 1% low. I think I'm just going to put it as 82 on both for now, because that is as accurate as we can go for just doing a quick test. Let's set it to low settings. Now, DLSS, quality, frame generation at 2x, no ray tracing. All right, and let's go ahead and see what the results are on this one. 95.62. So almost literally identical FPS there. So let's go ahead and flip Riva Tuner back on. All right, let's go to our settings. We're going to go to the low defaults, DLSS, quality, frame gen at 2x. There we go. There we go. All right, I know that these are identical settings by me, at least. So let's see what we get on low now. All right, well, we're hoping on low, the HX3D can maybe help provide a little bit better performance, but it looks to be so similar right now in FPS and performance. And again, you got to keep in mind that the 1% lows, they pretty much are identical here, or very, very close. 233.90 versus 232.86. So just a slight advantage here right now to the HX3D. And keep in mind we have to multiply the 1% low by 2, really, for it to be accurate. So I'm going to save this and then we'll multiply it. 84.81 is our two 1% low values. So 84.81, then we multiply that. So 162, 168. All right, and then our average is 235, 234. All right. And we're not going to do a 4x frame gen test. I think we're just going to do, yeah, low 2x and ultra 2x today. All right, so you can see our benchmark numbers being put in here and some of the percent difference in performance on the right. Wesley Rhodes says, is the L3 cache only one die like the previous Gen X3D chips? Yes. And I know for a fact that what am I trying to say? I know for a fact that, okay, we're talking about the X3D chips. Yes, so on the Neo 16 behind me, right here, you can disable one of the CCDs so that only the CCD with the 3DV cache is enabled. So you can be sure that all of the gaming workload is only on the active CCD. So it may make a difference if some games are accidentally calling the secondary CCD, or maybe it uses more than 8 cores, 16 threads, you know. But I'm hoping AMD has made the chip smart enough, and I don't know if the Asus BIOS lets you disable the extra CCD to just focus on the 3D Vcache CCD or not. But that's something I want to do in performance tuning and testing. Today we're testing the performance out of the box, you know? So we're going to check our settings here. So first setting is going to be 2560 by 1600, 240 hertz, that's correct. Then DLSS on quality, and ultra graphics preset. That's correct. All right. And there we go. XRare says, I know this is a long shot, but I'm in a tough situation. Is there anyone who can send me money so I can get some food for the weekend? Sorry, XRare, I don't want anyone asking for money in the chat. There's no way to verify your story. My recommendation is to reach out to your local food shelter in whatever area of the world you are in, and you should be able to get some meals from your food shelter. All right, we're going to go ahead and check our settings. DLSS on quality, ultra preset, make sure they're at the right resolution. We'll apply that. Good, 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 good. Continue. All right, so there we are. There's our initial look at the average FPS and how it hits the system. We're getting very similar wattage power pulls between both of the CPUs this time, which is good, both in the 70s. 137 watts going through the 5070 Ti. VRAM utilization looks to be about the same. Temperatures are very similar between all three. Johnny says, you need game bar and latest AMD chipset drivers. I'm seeing the stream on a ROG Ally attached to an external monitor. That's pretty cool. It's a good way to watch the stream, I suppose. All right, I'm just going to start moving us around. Looks like our 1% low performance a little bit better on the HX3D. Wow, that was a lot of stutters on the 9955HX. Holy smokes. Pretty much buttery smooth over here on the HX3D though. that is certainly a reason to consider. We're going to go ahead and reset and walk. Looks like I moved the camera a little bit. Let's scooch over. There we go. Those extra frame time stutters that we saw in Control and now in Dead Space as well, boy, those are a doozy on the 9955HX. And I'm pretty sure the Intel 275HX may also suffer from similar stutters here and there. 1% low performance and average FPS being a little bit higher here during our initial walkthrough. We're going to turn around and do our actual benchmark facing the other way. There we go. All right, now we're going to turn around. And we're going to center up here. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so far, averaging a few more FPS and better 1% lows on the 9955HX, which is what I've been expecting to see most of the time here, but now we're actually seeing it. Okay, so here we go. Walking. And I'm just going to reposition this camera a little more to the left. There we go, resume our walk. Wow. Very, very similar performance, but a little bit better performance on the HX3D this time, despite the 5070 Ti in the HX3D being a little bit worse. So that's pretty interesting to see. 114, 111, 84, 73, at least so far. We're nearly to the end of the test here. Just past the yellow box, and there we go. All right, so we got 119, 115, 85, 74, some nice performance gains this time for the HX3D. So 119, 85, 115, 74, and this is where a number pad really comes in handy. Holy smokies. All right. Ooh, Doom Eternal is next. Exciting. So let's open up Doom Eternal. Get a little kitty cam action while we wait for things to load. X3D better, 285HX bad. I don't think it's bad, but it's just not as good. Still a good product. What is this temperature? Dead Space always runs pretty much everything really, really hot. Not sure why. There it goes. So right now waiting for one. I preloaded into Doom Eternal on the 9955HX doing pre-testing, but not on the HX3D. So just gonna need to modify a few settings on both to make sure they're matching. Video settings. Video settings. All right. Native, good. No VSync. No HDR. All right. And for video, we're doing field of view, same. Good, good, good. DLSS on quality. Ray tracing is enabled. And we have Ultra Nightmare. Ultra Nightmare. Cool. All right, everything else looks to be the same. That's cool that it synced the settings from one to the next, but I don't. Okay, there. Okay, my MSI Afterburner was not sized correctly, so now changing the resolution forward and back, it did change it. So we're going to do Horde mode. A new game. New game. I'm too young to die. I'm too young to die. Yes. In both. Cool. And I think what we're going to do here is basically, it's interesting. I think the HX3D chip crashed. It appears to have crashed. Just the game. Not. I'll have to reload in here. No, come on, X3D. Game crashes happen, you know. And that's just the truth. Hopefully it loads in this time, though. The only difference between these two right now is that the HX3D is connected to the internet. Make sure that all of the videos here, these settings do not change. They look good. Horde mode. New game. I'm too young to die. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Just gotta wait for this to catch up. And we'll be at the exact same moment. So my goal in this is going to be to, I think, to just try to run to the same general area while enemies attack me until I die or we end the benchmark. So, because I will not be able to aim and fire and shoot at enemies at the same time on two computers. So this is going to be the best that I got. You can see right now, FPS, CPU wattage, temperatures are all very, very similar across both. Okay, so we have started the benchmark. We will press E to use, and here we go. I'm just going to try to move to the same areas. As we get beat up by enemies. Over and over. Kind of trapped here. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna die soon. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and end the benchmark here soon. Boom. Okay, so there's the benchmark. We got 207. Can I pause it? I can. Okay. Let me record these numbers. Doom Eternal, I'll try Doom Eternal on low and Doom Eternal on Ultra Nightmare. So Ultra Nightmare, 210, 177, 207, 175. Very similar performance. Now for the sake of funsies, we're going to switch it on to low. Apply. Apply. There's still ray tracing on both right now. And here we go. I don't know how long. Wow, FPS is not much different between the two here. Yeah. I think the Ultra Nightmare test was better because it had more similar levels of performance. But you can see that we're basically dying over and over and hitting almost exactly the same FPS. So it's crazy that Ultra Nightmare versus low, it's only a 40 FPS difference. What kind of settings is that? That seems kind of crazy. Okay, so Doom. I don't think we're going to even record the results for low. We're just going to delete that. But it was an interesting test. So Doom Dark Ages is next. This is the new Doom. So this is the first time. This is the first time I'll be testing Doom. Sorry, did I wake you up? Oh my. Okay, sorry. This will be the first time that I'm testing Doom the Dark Ages. This just came out. It's the latest Doom. It is pretty challenging to run. We'll see what kind of FPS we get here on max settings. Okay, let's go to settings, graphics, and make sure that we're in the same settings. Good. All right. We're going to start our tests with everything on Ultra Nightmare, DLSS on quality, but frame generation disabled. Okay? I think that's probably what we'll just leave it. We'll probably just do this one test. But I think it's a good test to do. Obviously frame gen, we could slap 4x frame gen in there and just see what kind of FPS we can get with it, but all right. So this is non-frame gen right now. I'm going to let it sit here in the exact same loading position for a moment. And we'll see what we get. Looks like almost identical performance. All right, so we're going to run through a bunch of bad guys, and they're going to beat us up, and that's going to be the test. So we're going to reset in 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Beautiful. Performance in Doom on ultra high-end settings appears to be so similar Okay. We ended up 91, 90, and 77 for 1% low on both. 91, 90, and 77 for both. There we go. All right. Let's do let's just put in the settings here, ultra, and we'll do low with 4x frame gen. Okay, so that was everything maxed out. Now we're going to do 4x frame gen, and we're going to go to low. So it's kind of the opposite type of test now. So we were doing max settings test, and now we'll do maximum frame rate test. All right, so everything set to low, 4x frame gen. Can we get 500 FPS in this? We're just going to reload our save. $9955HX3D so far pulls less power than the 9955HX. Yeah, it just depends on the game, but a lot of them, yeah. Several of them, it was pulling less. Okay, this is with, let me make sure we have everything set to low. DLSS on quality, 4x frame gen. Yep. There is still some settings turned on, but it's basically everything's set to low. Okay. We'll let it simmer for a moment. The HX3D is definitely pulling a little bit less wattage in this game and getting lower temps as a result. So, looks like to be a slight advantage to the HX3D. What games has been tested so far, Joshua? I can pull up the game list right here. This is the game list. You can pause that and look at it. We're about halfway through. Right now we're on Doom Dark Ages. All right, so let's go ahead and restart our numbers. 3, 2, 1, and we're walking. It's not going to quite be identical because of how this works, but there we go. Yeah, so 234, 235, 68, 68. Basically, again, identical performance, even on low settings. So very interesting. 234, 235. 68, 68. And just to confirm, yeah, 1% lows appear to be completely incorrect. You need to multiply this value by 3 to get the right 1% low value. or benchmark with frame view instead. So as soon as you turn on frame gen, that's the case. I am tempted to multiply it by 3, but okay. Dragon's Dogma is our next game. Hopefully we don't have any problems here. I'm gonna get the shaders started. So you can see our results that we've got so far on the list. And so far things have been pretty dang tight. Only a handful of games where we saw a big performance difference. Right now, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, and Rainbow Six Siege all had pretty big differences when played on low, so esports games on low. And we can isolate those numbers a little later on here. Compiling the shaders now for Dragon's Dogma. Speaking of CPU wattage and performance, may you test the difference between the C275, 285 and the 9955 HX 3D. I will be able to do that. I've got the 285 HX in the MSI Raider behind me here. So right here, that's the 285 HX in there. It's the only 285 HX that anyone has sent me so far. All the Intel laptops so far have been 275 HX instead. Compiling shaders looks like maybe 10–20% done. Takes a little while. Clark Kent says, Expedition 33 is the heaviest game with 59 FPS so far. Yes, Expedition 33 is the hardest to run game so far. But that's also with epic settings, DLSS on quality, and it's pretty easy to boost it to like even a 80 to 100 FPS, you know. You can see, I think we did Expedition on low and epic. So low we got up to 111 on average, 118 on the 9955 HX, which is really interesting. But like, I think the benchmarks are good. I think that we just have a slightly better silicon lottery on the 9955 HX for average FPS. So when the HX 3D wins the average FPS and the 1% lows, you know that 3D V cache is really, it's really cranking, you know? So yeah. Looks like halfway done with compiling the shaders. Expedition 33 is a heavy benchmark, yeah. Well, especially in the area that we're in. Like the area of Expedition 33, when you're with all of those NPCs running around, it's probably, I think it's the most graphically intense area I've seen so far in the game. Because when you're out in the wild, there aren't very many NPCs around, so it's just the game environment. And I think you're averaging closer to 70 to 80 FPS on epic settings with this laptop, and probably more like 90 to 100 FPS with something like a 5090. So maybe it's 70 to 80. I don't know. I have to actually do a test with it. But when I was playing with it, it was definitely higher than 59. He used it. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Whoa. He's just so happy to be off of the streets, not sleeping under cars anymore, having to drink, you know, puddle water and rely on random passersby to feed him or hunting. So he's in kitty heaven right now. Still waiting for these shaders. Okay, it looks like the HX3D compiled the shaders just a moment faster. All right. So hopefully all of my saves are still valid. Gotta change the resolution first. DLSS on quality, frame generation on, ray tracing on. I wish there was just a default button that I could set. Performance, prioritize graphics. All right, we're gonna start with prioritize graphics, and then we're gonna go down here and we're going to enable everything. Looks like trees is the only thing I need to change. We should be able to do high textures. With 16, mesh quality high. Wow, there's a lot of different settings that do not get changed. So, okay, now I need to make sure that all of my settings on this one are the exact same. So you can see a little bit better that I'm setting them the same. So change the screen resolution first, and then we're going to do prioritize graphics, frame generation on, DLSS set to quality, ray tracing on, high, 16, and 3 gigs is the highest. High, everything else set to on and are high. Good. I believe we have the same graphical settings set now. Save changes. Save changes. All right, let's try loading from last save. I might need to load a specific save, I'm not sure. Though I think the latest save is gonna be fine. All right. Man, for ultra graphic settings, this game sure looks meh. Like, seriously, like look, I want to zoom in on the graphics, but it's just surprisingly meh graphics for ultra settings. Okay, so let's go ahead and reset our FPS counters and make sure we're looking exactly the same way, pretty much. Okay, this guy's messing up our test a little bit, but whatever. Okay, we're gonna put it head on gate, and here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we're gonna walk. Please tell me we can jump over this. We can, good. This is a very CPU stressful game, I can say for sure. And I'm expecting 1% lows to be better here. Screw you, messing up my benchmark. Oh my God, that is so annoying. Oh, LOL. Okay, so we're gonna back up some more. The HX 3D clearly has an advantage. It's hard to know how much of an advantage. We're gonna run over to this crate. Stand next to this crate. And then we're going to look up right there. Okay. Cool. All right, so here we go. We're going to try again. 3, 2, 1. I don't think they like that I have the weapon out and people are panicking when they're around me. Oh no. I wonder if the guards are going to stop me. This might mess up our benchmark some more. Here we go. Wow, the FPS is so much better on the HX3D. We're going to go all the way to the statue. We had some bad 1% lows even on the HX3D, but it was so much better. Mostly. All right. Up until that very point, I think that 1% low was much, much better. Oh, we didn't have the benchmark quite set right for that. All right. Fantastic. We're going to start here and do it one more time, do another type of benchmark. All right. 3, 2, 1. Wow, the FPS is so much better on this very CPU-bound area of the game. 1% low is better on the HX3D. Average FPS is far, far better. We'll go all the way until, I don't know. We'll go for about 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right. So I didn't get to see, but LSP said, I saw the GPU on the right pull way less wattage, which is exactly what we would expect to see inside of the city in particular, because it's very CPU bound, which means the GPU is then going to, this should be 43. There we go. So basically, you get a lot more FPS because you become less CPU bound on the HX3D. And let me see if we can demonstrate that as we go back into the city here. We probably can. I kind of prefer to do this benchmark this direction because I think it's a little more CPU intense. But yeah, look at the wattage on the RTX 5070 Ti right now, 96 watts. All right, and then in this scenario, we got 8770 and 5360. So pretty interesting, but yeah, you're definitely getting way less CPU bound in that very CPU bound game. Next up, we have Dying Light 2. Oh, and again, I didn't get to show you what I was talking about, but I think it was good enough demonstration for you. Happy cat, glad you adopted the kitty. I know, right? He seems like such a happy boy. Yeah, reposition. Oh, you gotta give us a big stretch. Oh my. Okay, please don't stop the stream. He likes reaching up and touching the laptop a lot and pressing buttons. There you go. Yeah, get that tail out from under the edge of the table. Yeah. Good boy. If you want to see some cute videos, let me see if I can find it.
Probably looking at my eyes.
Rocky the One-Eyed Cat. Interesting. How can I pull this up? There we go. And okay, so I made a channel, a YouTube channel for Rocky. If anyone wants to subscribe to him, you can check out his cute cat videos over here. But if you want to see his adoption story, then this is the adoption story of where I found him, my first times meeting him and playing with him. And if you want to check it out, it's right there. I guess I could drop this link in the chat as well. Interesting. There you go. So you can check out Rocky's YouTube channel if you want and subscribe. It's kind of behind the scenes a little bit for the tech channel too. But just videos of him playing and being cute, and if I can get his eyes fixed, because he has one eye that's partially blind, or mostly blind, basically, and I took him to the vet 3 times now, and he has surgery scheduled here in a few weeks. So we'll see if we can get his eyes fixed. Okay, now I pre-set up all the settings in this game on both laptops, I know, for sure. So let me just double check. So this is going to be ray tracing on high quality, DLSS on quality, and frame generation is enabled. All right. And we should be able to start this benchmark. 3, 2, it didn't take my keystroke. I had to press it twice. Hey buddy, don't touch the laptop. I know you want to. So 1% lows are not going to be recorded properly in this test. We're mainly just going to be looking at average FPS here. I guess I could take that first 1% low, 113, 108. Or do it again and see. Again, it's a little bit higher on the HX3D. Every time it changes scenes, there's too much of a blip. Hey, bud. Can you lay down? Are you tired of sleeping? Aw, buddy. Okay, if you're gonna go, that's fine. Here you go. I'll put you down. Can you call him? What? Okay. Okay, whatever we get for 1% lows in this test, we're going to 124, 118, 121, 118, 121, 118, 121, 118. I don't know. It's hard for me to pick one specific scene. 128, 123. The HX3D is clearly faster in 1% lows by a little bit. 127, 123. All right, we're just going to go for that. Okay. 127, 123. Okay, and our average FPS was 130.8, 130.3. It's technically the median, but it's the only option we got here. Overall, extremely similar performance between these two. All right, we're on to Elder Scrolls Oblivion. We're moving through these benchmarks. Heck yeah. All right, and please, I'm about to purchase the XMG 9955 HX3D plus 5090 plus 96 gigs plus the water thing. Please tell me I'm making the right decision. It comes quite a hefty price tag. So Josh, the main downside is you want to make sure that you're okay with the keyboard. You're aware of the keyboard just being a little different because they don't offer a US keyboard. But other than that, I think it's a really, really nice laptop that currently I think is going to have the best performance of any gaming laptop that you can buy. Okay. Let's do some testing. So again, this should be a pretty GPU-bound game. I would expect that the slightly better silicon might give it a bit of an advantage on the 9955HX. So ultra default settings, ultra ray tracing, DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. And let's double check our settings on this one. Ultra settings with ultra ray tracing, DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. Okay. And if we were just to stand in the same exact spot and just see what our FPS is. All right, so we can clearly see that the 1% low is bugged in this readout, currently hitting half of what it's supposed to be approximately. All right, because of the frame generation. But yeah, right now it's very, very similar FPS. 1% lows are also very similar. The 9955HX is actually a little bit better on the 1% low, which is interesting. Okay, so I think we're good to go ahead and start this. I want to also F10, cool, and here, frame view, F10. Okay. And if we were to benchmark this, we could benchmark this with frame view so that we get proper 1% lows in the mix here. I'm going to go ahead and start the benchmark in 3, 2, 1. F10. All right, and here we go. Boom, boom. So 116.87, 115.81. So interesting. 116.87, 115.81. So very, very similar performance, but the HX 3D just a little bit ahead in both 1% lows and in average FPS. Any other differences that we should point out? Wattage pull again is a little higher on the 9955HX, HX3D, a little bit lower. Temps a little bit worse over here. But overall, very, very similar performance. You would not be able to tell the difference between these. God of War is not next. Next up, we actually have Fortnite. I'm going to actually retest Fortnite live with you guys so you can see the performance in Fortnite and what a massive difference it makes. Clark says, did you move to Thailand? So I have not officially moved permanently necessarily, but I do have a long-term visa here. And I have an apartment that I am renting. So it's like a semi-permanent move, not really permanent, but like semi-long-term. It's a long-term move. I plan to be here at least through December at a minimum, but I'll probably be coming back after CES. I'm gonna go back to America for CES in January, assuming things stay peaceful and things don't go too crazy by then. But that's my current plan. Okay. And let's just show you. So here is one of my, I should probably change my skin on here to be a little more basic. I've got a lot of skins. I've got a lot of skins over here. I did play Fortnite quite a bit. I didn't mention that in my rumor or my story roundup, but I've played a lot of Fortnite as well. We'll just do this nice basic skin. I don't think the skin will affect the benchmark much, but it might a little bit. So let's go ahead and invite party, accept, battle royale, battle royale. I already made sure the settings are identical between these two laptops, but I will show you the settings really quick. So we are testing at 2560 by 1600, VSync off, unlimited frame rate. We're in performance mode to improve FPS to as high as possible. And that sets a lot of settings to low automatically, but view distance and textures are set to epic. Meshes are set to low, FPS are set to low, reflex is on. All right, and that's going to be true for both of these systems, but I can also do a quick double check, and all of it looks correct over here. So we're going to ready up, and we're going to ready up. And now we're going to set this in the middle. Once again. All right, so Timon says, hello everyone, I'm planning to buy a gaming laptop. I got stuck with the choice between the Legion 7 and the Scar 18, both with a 5080. In my country, Legion is like 200 USD cheaper, but display is smaller. Yeah, I think they're both fantastic machines. I think if you dislike glossy displays, then go with the Scar. If you don't mind glossy displays, then the Legion, I think, is just as good of a choice. The Legion obviously will be a little more portable. So if you value portability, then I would make sure to keep that in mind. Now, look at our FPS here as all the players are loading in. 250, 102, 183. Like, this is going to be really crazy because there's so many players in one area. But I'll just reset it, the FPS counter once again. And this is not going to be typical FPS that you'll get. It'll be way better in an actual map environment. But just showing you that already we have such a massive CPU performance gap between these two. It's at least 25 to 30% between the HX3D and the HX. All right, I'll reset the FPS counter again. So now we're getting 550 FPS. Very interesting. The 1% lows are kind of all over the place, with the HX actually doing a little bit better. And we are going to go to the right over here for our benchmark. Average FPS massively in the lead for the X3D. And if we die on this benchmark, it's fine. It's not a big deal. The goal, of course, will be to do the benchmark successfully without dying, hopefully. All right, so we're going to line these two up. And we'll look exactly the same direction. We might want to get a little bit of separation from them. We'll look the exact same place and we'll start the benchmark. So this will be initial standing in place. 580 FPS with 300 for our 1% lows. Holy schmokolies for the X3D. That is an insane level of performance. 400 FPS is obviously still insane. 193 for a 1% low, very, very crazy as well. We're looking at the exact same spot in the exact same area of the map. And let's go ahead and start moving. So here we go. And we're just going to follow this line on the road generally. And we're going to run. Yeah, it's hard to keep this exactly the same, but I'm trying my best. Because one of these guys ends up, I guess I could run them side by side like this. All right, I'll restart it in 3, 2, 1. Because I'd really like to have neither person have something in their screen, you know? Either they both have something or neither person has anything, you know? So now they're running kind of side by side, looking at almost exactly the same thing. Oops. Came on each other's screens for a moment. Wow, the 1% lows actually better on the 9955 HX right now. I don't know that it actually is that much better, but I think it's just from when we bumped into each other. So average though, 515, 371, huge difference. Let's see here. I'm gonna look to the left. And this way they will not get ever in the same view of each other. We're going to restart. 3, 2, 1, and we're going to walk to the right. I think this will be a better, more accurate test, since that way neither laptop will have a second character on the screen. And they'll both look the exact same direction with the same actions going on. So, interesting. We'll end it there. 512, 85, 108. Interesting. Definitely a lot more GPU utilization over here on the HX3D. The 1% low, surprisingly, doing slightly better on the 9955HX, which was not what happened to me during initial testing. So I do kind of want to do this one more time and just verify that 1% lows are doing better for some reason on the HX3D, you know? All right, so we're going to line these characters up exactly. We're going to look exactly in the same spot, pretty much. All right, and we'll start the test one more time. 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Here we go. I kind of want them following the line roughly. That GPU utilization so much better on the HX3D. Like higher percentage, higher FPS, higher wattage utilization on the CPU and GPU for the HX3D. All of it delicious and much, much better. 1% low performance is so dang close. All right, I think I'm just going to end it here. It's very, very similar. And the HX3D actually had 1% lows a little bit higher that time. But it's just, I think the 1% lows, they're just going to be all over the place a little bit. You know, it's hard to reliably say that one's going to be that much better. In my previous test, I got much higher. Actually, almost exactly the same FPS. 518, 182 for 1% lows, 380, 389, and 170. Wow, okay. So better result for the average FPS that time for the HX3D, but very cool. It's just insane to see over 500 FPS on average at QHD on a laptop. That is freaking nuts. It's freaking nuts. All right. Very nice. Now we're going to God of War. And we can exit Steam. So basically, if you play that CPU-bound X3D, worth. If not, then the cheaper non-X3D is worth. Yeah. Basically, if I were to sum it up, yeah. But yeah, CPU-bound games can be a lot of different titles, right? MMOs like Black Desert Online, that was a super CPU-bound game. Once you got a lot of characters in a battle, it just became CPU-bound. Strategy games, Civilization, Stellaris, anything where things need to be processed really quickly, those games are going to be very CPU bound. Esports games will be CPU bound. And even RPG games in certain environments will become very CPU bound. Like in The Witcher 3, when you go into a city, it's going to be potentially more CPU bound than when you're just going through the wilderness. So, but generally speaking, The Witcher 3 is a GPU bound game, pretty much almost exclusively with enough CPU juice. So there's a lot of things to consider, but I would say there's more than just a handful of games that'll be CPU bound. You know, that's the main thing I'm trying to make sure people know about the CPU is that performance is going to, the X3D performance will impact more than just esports, but at the same time, it doesn't impact all games. You know? All right, so God of War, we have Ultra settings. I already pre-set up these settings. Ultra settings at DLSS quality. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. And off we go. X3D doing a great job giving us a few more FPS this time. Despite the 5070 Ti being slightly better silicon in the 9955HX. So pretty interesting. There we go. 105, 85, 99, 80. So in this case, we do get more FPS, even in a 3D GPU-bound game scenario, which is not going to be true of all of them. But God of War at least benefits from the X3D a little bit. Now we're going to do God of War Ragnarök, the sequel. All right. So, Danny, how are you enjoying that Blade 16? Baka says, looks like I'd be fine with the non-X3D. Thanks for answering as I use the non-X3D for desktop. Okay, cool. I mean, I think that's a perfectly valid choice, and there's nothing wrong with that choice. All right, let me get into the game here. I did preset up the settings, but I'm going to double check them because I'm not as confident on both here. So 16 by 10 off. Frame gen is enabled. DLSS on quality, ultra graphics preset. DLSS on quality, ultra graphics preset. Okay, I think everything is looking good. We're going to hit load game. I believe manual save 1 is the one we're going to go for. And this will benchmark a mini combat action sequence, kind of, as we get beat up. Uh-oh. So shaders right now are still compiling, and we should wait for shaders to compile. Do you think it's worth going back to main menu? While it compiles the shaders? Let's go back. So let's go over the game list. Dying Light 2, Oblivion, Fortnite. So God of War Ragnarök. Then we have Hogwarts. I already tested Marvel Rivals because we can't test that at the same time. Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark side by side. Shadow of the Tomb Raider side by side. Starfield side by side. Rainbow Six Siege I already tested. And The Witcher 3. I'll show you the results for those Marvel Rivals and Rainbow Six Siege when we can. You can see right now we're compiling shaders. And we're at 48%, so it'll just be another moment. Probably like a minute or two here for those to get done. Grab some protein while we're at it. And let me show you the laptops I've gotten in recently. So I currently have the Blade 18, 4090, the Neo 16 with Intel 275HX, 5090, Neo 16, 5090 with 9955HX, Strix G18, 275HX with a 5080, MSI Raider 18HX with Intel 285HX with a 5090. Then if I swing around this way, we got the Legion Pro 7i 5080 275HX. And down here is the 2021 Legion 7i with a 3080. And down here is the Lenovo IdeaPad. I also have the Flow Z13 that I've been using to edit videos for Rocky's new channel. All right, and shaders are at 95% for this one. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this one loading. This one, the non-HX3D is currently only at 87%. So we're waiting for that for a moment. And I'm also gonna hide our game list. Again, load, manual save, there we go. Riversong, for Fortnite, test the GPU power is higher because the CPU can actually keep up with its GPU to make it better than the non-X3D chip. Yeah, I mean, that's the main indicator for me as to why the X3D chip is doing so much better, or that it is doing so much better. So right now, oops, I had it set exactly the same. We're waiting for the shaders to finish compiling. Still, we're at 96%. Still waiting for the shaders to compile, but I'm just throwing some numbers up there. 98%, almost done. Take another sip. So the next two upcoming live streams are going to be MSI Raider 18HX and then also the Neo 16 9955HX versus the Neo 16 275HX in a side-by-side benchmark like what we're doing here today. Okay. So it looks like shaders finished. Maybe I should reload in the save now that shaders have finished. I don't know. I don't think it'll make any difference, but let's find out. Which one has the quieter fans, Legion Pro 7i or the Scar 18? You'll have to go back and look at the fan tests, but they're pretty close. I think they're both above 56 decibels. All right. So everything's loaded in, all the shaders are loaded in, and we're in an even side-by-side benchmark again. 182, 182, 165, 163, 164, 162. Very, very similar levels of performance. Temperatures are also pretty close, but we're doing about 8 to 10 watts less on the X3D chip, which is very interesting. Let's go ahead and start the benchmark. We'll let it sit here for about 5 seconds. And then we're going to go forward and we're going to go over this log. I believe it's E. There we go. Now we get a little cinematic action. And wow, the FPS is insanely high with frame gen and the new optimizations for this mode. And now we're just going to let our Kratos get beat up a few hits here to simulate some combat action. And our 1% lows and average FPS is just incredibly rock solid on both systems. A slight advantage in 1% lows to the X3D, but not much. Very nice. We'll let it each get hit once more. We'll stop it right there. All right, so 183. Put our data in. 183, 163, 183, 158. So 3% advantage goes to the X3D for 1% lows. Time to go to Hogwarts now. Hogwarts Legacy. Let's find out if the X3D is faster in this title. Do you think he's ready to cuddle again? No? He's still too play mode? Try putting the toys away first and then seeing if he'll come back. All right, we're loaded in. Double check our settings, DLSS on quality, frame generation on 2x. Everything else is set to ultra with ray tracing enabled. Looks like we may have had a crash on the 9955. We've had one crash on the X3D. I guess it's time for a crash on the 9955. So, wow, the X3D. Whoa, you came over here. Oh my, okay, come on. Yeah. Okay, kitty cam time. It's okay if you want to go, but can you stay here? We want some pets? Yeah. You good boy. Good job. Can you fall asleep now? All right. Cool. All right, double checking our settings on this one. Everything looks correct. No, you got it. No. Mm-hmm. You can't stand on the computers, boo-boo. This is so cute. When he does this, he sits like this. He's... You giving me some kicks? Okay. We got to get you situated, or you got to go play. Okay. All right. You want to sit behind? He really likes being behind the computers because the computers put out a lot of heat. And so he'll oftentimes, when I come home, just be hanging out behind the Scar. Trying to make sure that we're not over clipping here at all. Give us a little more wiggle room to deal with. All right, cool. All right, and we'll focus again. Cat and dogs love the PC exhaust area. Yeah, and the keyboard. He constantly likes getting on the keyboard. Are you ready? He's going to go up behind the laptops now. All right. So, oh my. Come over here. Right here. You can't. Come here. If you want to be over here, you can be over here, but you got to be on the blanket. Okay. There you go. Thank you, buddy. All right. So now I will reset our numbers. Give us some basic numbers here. Wow, we had a big stutter on the 9955HX, but frame time graph is looking pretty good. Not too many. It's so funny. This guy, he loves screens. He'll watch TV and he'll look at your phone and he'll actually understand what's going on the phone, on the screen to some extent. And yeah. Okay, can you get him over there? Fern, you want to grab him over there or call him over there? He seems like he doesn't want to sit in one spot right now, so that's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and run through the map for a moment. And let's see what we're dealing with for FPS averages and all of that. The X3D had some stutters there that the 9955HX did not stutter on, which is interesting. So not an official benchmark. We're just doing our initial run through. And now we're going to go back. Average FPS, certainly a big advantage to the X3D right now, but 1% lows has not been great on either one, which is a little bit disappointing because I was hoping we'd see really good, consistent 1% low performance. There's also different weather effects right now on this laptop. Here, how do I go back to main menu? Let's just try loading back in, see if we can get closer to similar weather. If I'm trying to be, really nitpicky and accurate as possible, right? I want to have as much identical settings as possible. Okay, so that's good. Looks like similar weather now. All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we got to run through with both, don't we? We got to run through with the 9955HX again. Let it load in. Oh, we're going to get to the top of the stairs, and we're going to change camera position to line up over here. Cool. Center on that. Cool. So that's just an initial run through 166, 44, and 42, but that number is not accurate. I think the 1% lows are bugged, so we'll have to do a more accurate benchmark with frame view to get an accurate 1% low number. So this was, and plus that was just our initial run through again because we had to reload with the 9955HX. We went into a building. LOL. All right. Okay, so we're going to make sure everything looks good. All right, so I'm going to use frame view here to benchmark our official numbers. All right. Here we go. Oh, it's so annoying. I forgot about that. So frame view is so dumb. They only let you use F10 as your benchmarking key or scroll lock, and laptops do not have scroll lock keys at all. So F10 pulls up the menu. Can I, in here, can I change F10 to not do that? Maybe. I can. Let's do F11 instead. Okay. All right. F10, where are you? Do, 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 do. F10 goes to F11. Okay. There. Now, hopefully now, that stops messing with our settings. F10, F10, and away we go. And this one, we'll reframe over here. And away we go. And this down a little bit. There we go. Nice. There we go. And F10. All right, so our results 167, 66, 153, 62. So here we go, 167, 65, 167, 65, sorry, 66, and 153, 62. So very similar performance to one another, a slight advantage to the X3D. All right, for Hogwarts with 4 times frame gen, let's test that. This will be the only game that we're going to test 4x frame gen with, but it'll be interesting to see how the X3D handles 4x frame gen. Do you have the X3D variant on the Neo 16? Yes, and the Raider A18 with the X3D, MSI says they don't have an ability to send it to me yet, but they're going to eventually. Okay. All right, here we go. So we're going to go back and reset the benchmark. Cool. All right, and we're going to reset our benchmark average in 3, 2, 1. And here we go. So we're benchmarking with frame view again. Get to the top of the stairs, reposition the camera. Top of the stairs, reposition the camera. And back in again we go. Zero, zero, F10, F10. All right, and here's our benchmark results. 259, 251, 68, 86. Interesting. A little bit better, 1% low for some reason with the 9955HX. Okay, let me go to, I'm tempted to redo it just because it's weird if the 9955 wins, but let's record the results here. I have to go back in the stream and go back here, go to the latest. Okay, come back. Okay, we have to go forward more than that. Oh, unless you subscribe to the Cat YouTube channel? Nice, Clark. Rocky supports your, or appreciates your support. Looks like I didn't even show the whole benchmark, so we have to redo the benchmark. I am a goober. So we'll go back to start. Very difficult controlling two of these at once. I try my best to make these benchmarks as accurate as possible. All right. Looks like we're on the correct camera this time. That's good. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. And F10, and off we go. We're sprinting, going down the middle, going down the middle, down the middle, coming up here, repositioning the camera, repositioning the camera. There we go. Zero, zero, F10, F10. Okay, 263, 100, 250, 84. That is more accurate, I think. 263, 100, 250, 84. Okay, so that shows our results. X3D being 5% faster and 19% better for 1% lows. Marvel Rivals, I'll just go over the result we had. 195 versus 188, and 1% low is actually better on the 9955HX for some reason. 149. Marvel Rivals, it's hard to have a perfect test, but I think it was as good as it was going to get. Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark. Let's get into preloading all of the shaders. It does take a long time. Barak Demir says, I have a Core Ultra 7 255HX and it occasionally spikes to 90 to 100 degrees. Even at idle, do you observe that behavior on laptops you have tested? So, you should not be spiking up to 90 to 100 degrees if you're on idle. Most likely you're not actually idling. If you actually monitor the CPU, you probably have Windows updates or Steam downloading something, browser tabs open that are engaging the CPU, something. And if you have it being engaged, well, your fans are on the lower spectrum, it's not going to really help that. You know, the cooling won't help very much, so it doesn't take very much load to get the temperature to spike. You also could have a bad CPU paste job, or your fans could be blocked up. If you are actually idling and your temperature is going that high, you probably should clean your fans and repaste your CPU. So now we are loading Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark to see how that does. Takes a while optimizing the game data, the pre-shaders. You'll always test laptops for gaming. What about laptops for editing? I did do a number of different tests for the system at the beginning. If we go here, I can show you some of them. I did not do DaVinci Resolve, but I'm tempted to add the Puget benchmark for DaVinci Resolve to these live streams. It's just time consuming installing DaVinci and getting it all set up for it. So that's the main downside right now. But both of these laptops, pretty much all of these laptops, including Intel or AMD, fantastic for content creators. I would say the display is likely your biggest dictator of how good it is. Like, you want a really high quality display that's bright and color accurate. And as long as you have that, I mean, renders, if you enable Smart Cache and render from Smart Cache in the render settings, you can render videos that are really long in just like 2, 3, 4 minutes, super fast. So, but if I were to recommend specifically for video editing, I believe the 5090 has double the video encoders of the 5080 and 5070, plus the additional VRAM might be beneficial depending on what you're using, how much VRAM is being taken up by the editing software or by whatever studio applications you're using. Sometimes they use a lot of VRAM and regular RAM, depends. Okay, so Monster Hunter Wilds, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Starfield, and Witcher 3 are our last 4 games. Then we can start making our graphs. But you can see some outliers in performance here. Big outlier in performance in control. We had constant stutters, not constant, but enough big stutters to lower our 1% lows to 3%, or just 3 FPS. And the HX3D did not have those stutters. And then we also saw Dead Space having some big stutters during the loading phase that had similar-ish performance issues, where the HX3D was smooth and the 9955HX was not smooth during the initial loading phase of the map. But even under typical gameplay, still 10 FPS difference there, which is pretty big. Counter-Strike, of course, huge. 15.8% advantage in Counter-Strike 2, 64% advantage in 1% lows. Hogwarts with 4 times frame gen, we had a 19% advantage. Marvel Rivals, oddly enough, an advantage to the 9955HX for 1% lows, which is, it is odd, but it is what it is. The Baldur's Gate 3, 1% low advantage to the HX3D, average FPS to the 9955HX. So I think when I'm looking at these benchmarks, you know, we looked at a lot of synthetic benchmarks side by side, and the 9955HX was consistently ahead by like 1, 2, 3% at all identical stock settings. And that's extremely GPU bound. So that just tells me the 5070 Ti in the 9955HX is just slightly faster. So whenever we're seeing benchmark data like Baldur's Gate 3, and I see the 9955HX is 6 FPS faster, to me that means that we're extremely GPU bound, and the silicon lottery likely just played a small factor and boosted the 9955HX's 5070 Ti a little bit better. And whenever the FPS average is equal or better on the HX3D, it's because of the 3D V cache, or slight testing variances as well can come into play here. But for the most part, very similar levels of performance in the vast majority of titles, but we've had 6%, 6% in favor of the 9955. Then on low settings, 15.8% for Counter-Strike, 18% in Dragon's Dogma, very CPU-bound game. Fortnite, 33%, so far the biggest advantage in Fortnite for average FPS. And we still have yet to get to the very end. Rainbow Six Siege, I haven't shown you the results here yet, but 355 versus 315, exactly the same 1% low. So 12.7% performance advantage to the X3D. I should probably buy a Civilization game to include in these benchmarks at some point, maybe for the next one. But another strategy game or two I think would be really smart to start including. You can see that optimization right now for the shaders is about 80% for Monster Hunter Wilds. Gabriel asks, can you do tests on the Vector HX 5080? I hope so. Waiting for MSI to send it. I don't know when they will, but I think MSI will keep sending more laptops. I just got to finish the Raider 18HX first and then send that back to them, and they'll send me my next one. So some companies like Asus and XMG will send me multiple because they trust me to test it and keep track of the laptops, because I've returned laptops to them, and they invest heavily into review units, so they send out lots of review units. But other companies like Lenovo, MSI, they don't put out as many review units, or I'm just not as high of a priority to them. I can only test so many laptops at a time, right? And right now I have like 6 laptops in the pipeline. I've got a lot. I've got a lot of testing to do. So, and today we're basically knocking out 2 laptops in one go, which is nice. Okay, so English, yes, okay. And so here we're going to do English, yes, okay. Notice the HX3D did finish the test the load a little bit faster. Not that that matters that much. We're going to go to quality. For scaling, frame generation enabled, DLSS, graphics settings, we're going to set to ultra. And we're going to set ray tracing to off for now. Okay. Beautiful. Let's go into our settings here on the right, on the HX3D. Quality, oops, okay, ultra, ray tracing off. So ultra, frame gen, DLSS on quality, and we're ready to go, I believe. Looking good. Three, two, one. Beautiful. And now I wait. Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark. And let's see what happens. Wow. We are all over the place. Okay. Now the game is actually loaded in. I'm going to reset our calculator there. Okay. Interesting. running into some minor stuttering here and there that I would say is unexpected. I do feel like the 1% low values here are correct though. I wonder if we're running into VRAM limitations because we're nearing the 12 gig VRAM cap, and I wouldn't think that we would be stuttering as much as we are right now. So pretty interesting. Performance is obviously still very good. Generally, the frame time graph though does have these little spikes here and there, even on the HX3D processor, which is a little sad to see. I was hoping we wouldn't see that. You know, the 275HX and the 9955HX with the 5080 on the Neo 16, it definitely performed better through here. Oh, you know where we might be running out of regular RAM. Look at this, 27 gigs, 25 gigs of regular DDR5 memory is being allocated right now. So that could be where these stutters are coming into play. That's kind of a crazy amount of RAM. Might be one of the highest RAM allocations I've ever seen, actually. Quite a few stutters there during the loading screen. I'm going to go ahead and reset our 1% low graphs here and numbers, benchmark numbers, because it's going to calculate our average FPS for us later. And I think the loading screen definitely was not very smooth. So it was not accurate 1% lows anymore. Now these 1% lows are looking a lot better. 69 for the X3D, 66 for the 9955. Okay, now they're almost both 70. Average FPS 100. I mean, it's basically identical performance right now. Like functionally identical performance between these two. Shows the 3D V-cache is not really going to benefit you very much, at least in Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, checking chat. So Gizmo Stuff Tech, can you please do a test on the Alienware Area 51 18-inch? They say the thermals are excellent. I hope so. It's quite a thick laptop. It should have good thermals. In India, the TUF F16 5070 Geekbench is 109,000. Currently, this laptop is underperforming. I would not rely on Geekbench as any indicator of any level of performance ever. It's a really bad benchmark. That's why I'm not testing it today. I would say focus on Cinebench, TimeSpy GPU score for the GPU, and Cinebench R24 for the CPU. Hello, so Intel 275HX wins this year in Cinebench R24. Did I get that right? Correct, Mohammed, but I have not tested the 9955HX3D on a water-cooled Neo laptop yet. I have that behind me though, and we'll be testing that coming up. So to know what water-cooled versus water-cooled performance is like, we still need to test that. So checking in with our numbers here, the X3D is just 2 FPS ahead on average and 2 FPS ahead on 1% lows. But small performance advantage to the X3D right now. I already ordered the 275 water-cooled XMG. Yeah, well, I anticipate both are going to be really good with overclocking, really good stock numbers, very, very close. They're within a few percentage points of each other in Cinebench. Man, for this benchmark, they really make the benchmark a really long benchmark, which I suppose is good because it shows a lot of different areas of the world. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I really want to eat this now. Look at that. Just looks so good when they tear it apart. And put that cheese on there. Oh, please. I want to try. All right, so our 1% load numbers will be right there. 60, it was 67 right before the loading screen changed. So 67, 64. And then we'll use the average FPS from the actual test, which is 113.92 and 114.77. So yeah, the Silicon Lottery, I think a little bit better on the right laptop here. Cool. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is next. Down to our last three, and then we're going to average everything and total everything up. We're getting closer and closer to being able to do that. Oh, no kitty cam right now. All right, so for our test today, we'll be doing full screen, QHD. I don't think we need to do exclusive. No VSync, DLSS is on quality. Ultra settings with ray tracing on ultra will be our settings test. Exclusive or full screen, no exclusive, and its highest settings with ray tracing on ultra. All right, let's play and play. Very good. Milo Coach Jones says, from what I tested on the Neo 16 with the 9955HX 3D, it didn't beat the 275HX and Cinebench R24, even on the water cooler. That doesn't bother me too much since the benchmarks don't really reflect the in-game performance. That's correct. Cinebench R24 is mainly just if you're going to be using the processor for things like multi-core rendering. That's the main use for it. All right. Cool. We're going to run the benchmark in 3, 2, 1. And for 1% lows, we're going to just use our opening scene for the 1% lows, because it resets the scene 3 times, and I think the first scene is probably the most complex visually, so I think it's the best one to use. All right, so here we go. We're going to pull 1% lows from this scene near the end after we spin around. Average FPS is, of course, very, very similar. 1% lows, just a slight advantage to the X3D, but it's basically identical. All right, average FPS, 128. 97, 96 for 1% lows. 97, 95. 97, 95. And we'll see 96, 95. 96, 95, we'll use that for our 1% low value because it resets in between each one. 96, 95, okay. And we'll use the average from the overall benchmark tool because it's going to calculate all the FPS up for us anyway. I suppose we can reset our 1% lows in each scene and see what they end up being. All right, 116, 116, 102, 103, so again, almost identical. All right, so let's see what our 1% lows are in this environment. Yep. This GPU is really fast, especially for the money. This is a really incredible laptop. Expedition 33 is kind of the only thing that made this laptop sweat a little bit. $172, 170, 168. I mean, it's so close. Performance is basically identical in this scenario. Maybe if we dropped the resolution and set all the settings to low, we'd see a little bit more CPU bounding. But right now we're basically 100% GPU bound, so no gameplay performance differences for the most part. Yeah. Okay, let's see what the average FPS is across all three. Average FPS 135, 135, so identical performance, very nice. Starfield is next, and Starfield's a game where I think we'll see some performance advantage. For the X3D. All right, so I did already set this to be the exact right settings. So dynamic resolution is off on both. We are on the ultra graphics preset, DLSS on quality, with frame generation on and NVIDIA Reflex on. So Starfield, a game that oftentimes becomes CPU bound when you get into complex environments. So this is one of the most complex environments in the whole game. It's the Achilles spaceport with lots and lots of NPCs. So we're going to run forward. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. All right, we're going to reset and we're going to run forward. We're going to walk forward technically. And average FPS, slight advantage to the X3D, same for 1% lows initially here. And we're going to stop and reposition the camera right on the money here. There we go. And now we're going to go forward again. So lots of NPCs in this environment, and we're still maintaining basically being GPU bound, which is really good. X3D, slight advantage though in terms of performance. Not a big difference, but just a small difference. 117, 92, 114, 89. So 117, 92, 114, 89. And the last game we have is The Witcher 3. So we've collected all of this data today. It's kind of crazy that we got so much data. Let's get into The Witcher 3. The biggest outlier right now is controls, 1% low performance. And then the other one is the esports games on low. Those are the two biggest areas. And I believe I already set the settings correct in this, but let me double check. Okay, let's go to video display. That's good. Video display. Good. And graphics. Ray tracing set to ultra. DLSS on quality. Good. Good. Okay. All right. So currently we're loaded into the exact same game save, game environment. Haven't moved the mouse at all. So everything is identically set up. So we should be able to get, hopefully, some good numbers here. I'm going to reset. Looks like there's something loaded on the HX3D for some reason. So almost identical levels of performance between these two. Again, let's go ahead and get it set up for the official benchmark. Didn't quite make it up the stairs on this guy. Okay. Going to look down the stairs. I'm going to go over here. We're going to look down the stairs. Perfect. I'm going to make a new save. All right, cool. All right, last game. Here comes, here we go, 3, 2, 1, and away we go. I want to run some more. Okay, I'm going to do this individually on each one first, because I don't want it to mess up. There we go, we made it across. And almost the same, look to the right, look to the right, and here we go. Looking good. So right now the only real difference I'm seeing is that the wattage pull on the HX3D is a little bit lower than the wattage pull on the HX. 103.84, 104.83. Looks like they inverted a little bit in terms of performance, but it's basically the same. 103.84, 104.83. And that's our numbers. Cool. So let me go ahead and exit this. Exit this. Change camera to this. Let me plug in. right. And then I'm making the graph real quick, guys. Just take a moment. Okay. You know, I probably should grab all the way to here. And then put that into here. There we go. So I'm not missing anything. Then we grab here. And put that into here. And then grab here. And we put that into here. And we'll want to grab here, grab that there, and put that into here. And then we'll want to grab this and put that into here. Voila. Okay. So, let's take a look. How do I make this go full size? I think that's good. Okay, and let me move my camera out of my face. Voila. Okay. All right. Okay, stream. Let me know. I think everything looks good. Time to do a summary of everything. So, recap on this. And it looks like I want to... Oh. Wow, it's so hard to see the numbers because there's so many. All right. And I suppose I could download this to give us a higher resolution. This will just take a moment to download. But we can take a look at some of the other core specs, just kind of as a recap of everything. So, what's the best way to do this? What's the best way? I don't know. This is maybe tough to do. I'll have to maybe just go over the game benchmarks here and the results of the test for the synthetic benchmarks at a later time. But I can briefly run down what happened in each of them. Okay, so 8 to 64 RAM speed, the X3D chip a little bit faster. Speedometer, almost exactly identical performance. Blender benchmarks, almost identical performance. CrystalDiskMark, basically identical performance. Cinebench R23 and R24, basically identical performance. So synthetic tests so far, almost identical. TimeSpy, Steel Nomad, and Speedway had a slight, small advantage to the 9955HX3D RTX 5070 Ti, which means the silicon lottery was probably just a little bit better, like 1% or 2% or something like that, towards the RTX 5070 Ti and the 9955HX3D. But it's so small that it's not a big deal. Then we get into some of the gameplay. And if you want to see the official results, I will show them to you now. So here is all of the results mapped out with the performance difference between the two. So we have our average FPS here, our 1% lows here for the HX3D, and then the 9955 HX3D is right here, and the average FPS differences are here. So when it's negative, that means the 9955HX was faster, so only a few of these it was faster. So only 6 games were we so GPU bound that we had better performance with the 9955HX. Interestingly enough, Expedition 33 had a pretty large gap, 6% advantage to the non-X3D chip. It seems like an outlier for sure, but we did test it twice to make sure, and it was about the same speed, both on low settings and on epic settings, which is really odd. Makes me wonder if maybe we were using the wrong CCD or something on the 9955HX3D. I don't know. I'm not sure if the BIOS lets you turn it off here in the Strix G16 or not, but the Neo 16 on the X3D chip definitely lets you turn off the non-3D cache CCD, which is like the chiplet where the cores are. So anyway, for 1% lows, we were faster in every single game except we were faster on the 1% lows in every single game except for Marvel Rivals and Expedition 33. Those are the only two games that had faster 1% lows. But other than that, we were much faster overall on the X3D on average. We were 6.4% faster for average, so and 8.2% faster for 1% lows across everything. But if we were to just average the esports games only, let's do esports or CPU. So let's just call it CPU bound games. And we could do GPU bound games. We could split these up. Okay, so we want to average all of them except, well, for CPU bound games, it's probably better to click on them specifically. So Rainbow Six Siege, CPU bound game. You would think Marvel Rivals is CPU bound, but I don't know. I'm going to include it. CPU bound games. I would say Hogwarts is CPU bound and Hogsmeade, Counter-Strike, and that's about it. All right, and then we'll put that over to here. GPU bound games will average the other games we did not select. So The Witcher 3, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Starfield, Rivals, not Hogwarts, God of War Ragnarok, yes, God of War, yes, Dying Light, Ultra Nightmare, Dead Space, Cyberpunk, Expedition 33, Black Myth Wukong, and Baldur's Gate 3. So the other ones, wow, it is so close that it's within a 0.1% of each other. I don't know if these averages work properly. And it's an advantage to the 9955HX too here. Don't think this is right. Oh, we should not include control here because control is 12,000%. It is a crazy outlier. Control, we'll remove, that's line 68. Okay. So in GPU bound games, we were identical performance with 1% lows being 3% better on HX3D. In CPU bound games, we had 14% on average better FPS and 12.6% better 1% lows. If we did esports specifically only, you still have the outlier of Marvel Rivals, but let's see, just esports, Rainbow Six Siege, Marvel Marvel Rivals. We don't want that one. Okay, so Rainbow Six Siege, Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, and Counter-Strike. Those are the 4 esports games we tested. So 16% faster on average, 14% faster for 1% lows for esports. Okay, so I want to put these on here as well. So we'll add a text box onto the graph. CPU bound games, GPU bound games, esports specifically. Cool, and now I want to move you specifically over here and put this data into here. So average FPS, so 14.02. This will be a lot easier for me to do if I just split this out real quick. I'm not sure what that looks like on the stream. Probably not showing you the full value. I'll put this back together here in a moment. Okay, and so I need to pull this over. Okay, now I can see it all. 14.02%. And 0.03%. And for esports, we had 16.36%. All right, good, good, good. Now let me modify these numbers. 12.62% and 3.44 and 13.96. Okay, now let me make sure these numbers are correct. That is the wrong window to pull that into. You need to go into this window, and we're gonna make it full size again. Okay. Bingo. And bingo. Okay. This to the 3D. Okay. All right. So now if I were to play this, can I zoom in a little more? No. It's makes the window too small, so let me download this again. It's going to take a couple minutes to render, but it's okay. All right. Any usefulness of testing just Unreal Engine 5 games, the percent difference? Maybe, because Unreal Engine is used in a lot of the different games, including some of the games that had good performance gains, like Hogwarts, for example. We saw some decent performance gains there. I have to actually track them all because there's a lot of different game engines actually being tested today. Yeah, the majority of games was not Unreal Engine today, but definitely a decent number of them. But yeah, it may be advantageous to do that, to do an actual, to do a focused Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine can be just insanely unoptimized. Okay, so it looks like, there we go. So we'll save that, and we'll replace it, and perfect. Now we're going to open this up. Now, one of the biggest things that I will say about, I'm going to create a new scene in OBS. It's going to be, hold on. There we go. And size me over here, and we'll drop in a window capture, or let's just do display capture. Correct. Okay. So that should about do it. Can you see that nice and clear? I think so. Now I've got to put my camera on top, and I don't know, does it put me over here? I think that's a good spot for me. I'll make me a little smaller. Okay. Okay. All right, so I'll redo the animation. All right, so here is the results for our average FPS. It is so insane. The text is so tiny, these numbers are so small to get them to work. I don't know. It's crazy. So average FPS, 9955 HX3D versus 9955 HX. CPU-bound games, we had a 14% advantage to the 9955 HX3D. GPU-bound games, it was so close that it was less than 0.1% to the 9955 HX. But in synthetic tests, the 9955 HX had the advantage anyway, right? And esports games specifically, we had an advantage to the HX3D by 16.3%, which is even more. But if we were to take a specific look at the data here, we're talking about some really big advantages to things like Fortnite. 33%, 518 FPS versus 389. Counter-Strike, 593 versus 512. And 1% low advantage in that esports game, also huge, 64.29%. Another huge advantage, right? So, I mean, just big time advantage overall to the esports titles for the HX3D, that if it's your specific game that you play Fortnite, it's a 33% FPS advantage. It's a huge difference for certain titles. And then in other games like Marvel Rivals, it had almost exact Okay. Test. Okay. All right, audio should be back. Your mic is flashing red. Yes, it is. But it was actually my base station that ran out of juice. Okay, so what point did we go out on audio? Was it during 1% lows? So let me jump back over to here. So did we run out? My base receiver ran out of battery. It's supposed to last for 14 hours, but it can't even last for a 4-hour live stream. It's very silly. Okay, let's do here and jump over to here. Okay, so 1% lows. Let's talk about these again because I don't know when the mic cut out, and I think it was during this time. So CPU-bound games, we had 12.6% advantage to the HX3D. For GPU-bound games, it was very close, with the 9955HX consistently being a little bit behind, except in 2 titles where the 9955HX was a little bit faster. So yeah, so you can see in Marvel Rivals, we had better 1% low performance there. And also in one other game, was it Doom? I don't know. There's several games where it was so close. But GPU-bound games, it's really very, very close to where it's not really worth spending the extra money on the 9955HX3D, except in the scenario where, like, for example, Dead Space, there's a lot of assets that load in, and the HX3D did not have those hard stutters. Those hard stutters were very prominent, though, on the 9955HX, and also on the Intel series, they have a lot of hard stutters. Historically, Dead Space has a lot of hard stutters during the initial load-in time, and as you load all the game assets in. But the HX3D pretty much maybe had a little bit, but it was not nearly as bad. It was very smooth generally throughout, which is a lot better gaming experience, even though the benchmark results do not reflect this because we started benchmarking after all the assets are brought in, which is how I historically always benchmark. So know that these load-in stutters that are usually better on the HX3D are not reflected in this benchmark result. So there are, I think, additional advantages that the data may not really show. But let's take a look one more time. So in esports games specifically, we were 13.96% faster with the HX3D, but with certain games like Counter-Strike, we had a 64% 1% low advantage in Counter-Strike and a 16% average FPS advantage in Counter-Strike 2. In Fortnite, we had a 33% average FPS gain with 7% better 1% lows. But in Fortnite, it was pretty inconsistent with the 1% lows too. Sometimes the 9955HX was a little bit ahead compared to the HX3D. So, but the average FPS was always way ahead for the HX3D. Rainbow Six Siege on low, also 12.7% faster average FPS, but no advantage to the 1% lows there. Another thing I want to point out with this test is that we're testing these 2 CPUs with a 5070 Ti. And therefore, we're more likely to reach GPU bounding more easily than if we were on a 5090 or 5080 GPU. So by jumping up to the 5090, we might see a slight increase to the chance that we're going to be CPU bound in some of the AAA games. So I would say that you're probably going to see a few more percentage points going towards the HX3D. Oh my. This is comical at this point. Hey, Rocky. All right, let me see if I can get him. Hey, come here. Come here. Are you tired? Yeah, you want to be part of the recap? You can be part of the recap, buddy. Okay. So, if I were to recommend, I would recommend the HX 3D if you can spend the extra $200. It's going to be worth it even for GPU bound games, I think, because you're talking about oh my. You're talking about better GPU bound performance with less stutters loading in your 3D games, and then when you do run into CPU bound games that are AAA games, like in NPC environments, like in Hogwarts, it's still going to be smoother gameplay. And I do think it would be noticeable over the long haul. And obviously, if you're an esports gamer, it's super worth getting the X3D because it's a huge performance gap when playing games on low settings, especially. You got this tail whipping around in front of the camera. Come here. Brian with the $20 super chat. Dude, thank you so much. I don't know. Hey, we're okay. The DJI Mic 2 is the mic I use, and it's supposed to last for 15 hours. And they were both fully charged when we started this live stream, and they can't even last 4 hours. So I need to, I don't know, buy a new thing or something. I don't know. But we can finish it out, no problem, and it'll be fine. Okay, I don't know. Mohammed says, what a sweet cat. I know, he's super adorable. I will link in the description, or I'll link I'll link you guys his specific channel again. So here is a video of how I adopted Rocky if you want to go watch it. But he's super cute and he's very playful and a nice cat for a stray cat that I adopted from a park. Hey, don't bite the wire. Hey, come here. Okay, so I think that's it for the stream. I think that covers everything. I hope that's helpful. Obviously, the Intel 275HX is still a very viable choice if it costs less money. But I'm pretty confident that based on the results we have today, that even the 9955HX beats the 275. Sorry. Based on the results today, I'm pretty confident that the 275HX loses to the 9955HX and then loses worse to the HX3D. So I would put the tiers of CPU as 9955HX 3D at the top, 9955HX, and then you have the 275 and 285HX from Intel, but they're not that far behind from the 9955HX, only a little bit. It's pretty close. So overall performance basically is the king goes to the X3D chip, pretty much hands down. I mean, it's so far ahead in CPU-bound scenarios that it's definitely worth the extra money if you can get it. But it's going to have limited chip supply, so don't feel like you have to get it. You're going to get great performance on the 275HX as well as the 9955HX. So there are other options on the market. Plus, the 9955HX 3D, it is a pretty large, substantial price increase to go for that chip. So if you go for the Raider, it's like $5,100. If you go for the XMG Neo, it's also around $5,000 US, but depends on how you configure it. Obviously, it could be a little less than that or a little more than that. And then you go for something moderately priced, which I think the Strix G16 with the X3D chip is a great esports gamer, because we saw in Fortnite and in Counter-Strike, you're basically CPU bound anyway. So it's not like having a 5090 in the laptop's going to make that big of a performance difference. So just go for the cheaper laptop, especially if it's in stock. But sadly, I think the Strix G16 with the X3D chip is sold out. I can go ahead and pop over to that and just double check. But Yeah, so the X3D chip with the Strix G16 currently sold out, but it'll probably come in and out of stock as it's available. The 9955HX, still worth it, I think, if you wanted to get that. If you go for the, see if we go for the Intel version, Strix G16. If we go for the Intel 275HX, it's actually more expensive than the 9955HX. It's $100 more. So, oh, and that's only with the 5070. Ew. So yeah, I wouldn't go for that. There's got to be another one somewhere. There's got to be another SKU somewhere with the Intel and the 5070 Ti. I'm not sure what the price on that one is though. So that's it for the benchmarks today. I hope it was really helpful, and I tried to answer all of the questions in chat as much as I could. But yeah, so we'll see you in the next one. Brandon, out. Huzzah. Mikola says, I joined at the wrong time. Yes, this is the very end. But now you can go back and rewatch any moment of the live stream that you want. So timestamps will be coming soon. D88 says, I watched your buying guide. Are you planning to make a similar one focused on laptops for video editing and the key features to look for? It's a good question, and maybe. That'd be a good idea. I'd like to do more buying guides. I think it's very helpful for people who just need to make a decision quickly about what to buy. So, yeah. Intel i9 runs very hot. Well, any of them can run that hot, and you can set the power limit oftentimes in the custom mode to whatever you want. So you can just run it at 85 degrees Celsius if you want, and just have less performance. It's your choice. But Intel says it's safe to 105, and as far as I can tell, they're right. So I'm not worried about it going up to 105 personally, because you basically never see CPUs fail because they went to a hot temperature, at least in laptops. So anyway, okay. Peace. See you in the next one. Brandon, out.